David, this is Doug. Just testing the mic on this computer. Can I have a voice check? Does anybody hear me?
I hear you, Doug. This is Jesse Hicks.
Thank you, Jesse.
Mhm.
Hi, Fred.
Good morning, Mr. Court Reporter. Are we ready to go on the record?
You're on the record, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good morning. We're back on the record in case number 9499. Counselor, any housekeeping matters before we get started? Okay, then Mr. Hicks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Statinsky. How you doing?
Good morning, Mr. Hicks. I'm fine. How are you?
Good. And just for the record, my name is Jesse Hicks. I'm with the town of Chestertown. Just going to ask you some questions about the settlement you have with your conditions and some of your direct testimony. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't want to be redundant, but the 25 years that you initially started with, that was based upon just how typically the leases go for these solar farms, correct?
I think it weighed both the lease period and when the comp plan was supposed to be rewritten. I mean, the cycle of the comp plan, but like I said, that's speculative on my part without going back and looking at the document.
Okay. Just to be clear, when you say the comp plan, does that reference the Kent County comp plan or the town of Chestertown comp plan?
I'm sorry, it would be the county comp plan.
Okay. Did you reference the town of Chestertown comprehensive plan when you made that decision?
I believe we did, but I'd have to go back and also check.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm thinking now. I think because we really weighed I think it really pertains more to Chestertown than it does the county. I'm sorry.
So do you wish to change your answer?
Yes, please. Yeah.
You can do so. So was the town of Chestertown comprehensive plan that you reviewed?
Yes, I believe it was.
Okay, so it would be safe to say that your decision was based on projected population growth?
Yes, I believe somewhat it was.
Okay. And you heard the testimony of Mr. Stevens yesterday in regards to that projected population growth listed in the town of Chestertown Comprehensive Plan?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that it only went to 2030, correct?
Yes,
And the potential for this is that it could go to potentially 2051 and with your conditions possibly beyond?
correct.
Okay. At what point did was the decision made to change it from 25 to 30?
I think some of those decisions came between council that I was not privy to. You're pertaining to the settlement agreement, I assume.
Correct.
Yeah, a lot of those discussions occurred between council. I reviewed drafts of the settlement, but I don't know the details of some of those numbers. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fair.
I know what's okay.
And if you don't know the details, I don't expect you to know them. If the answer is I don't know, that's fair.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I'm looking at the initial conditions you gave out from PPRP, the recommendations. They're dated 12/17/2019.
Yes, I have those in front of me.
Okay, and I'm all the way down in the paragraph 31, solar decommissioning.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, subsection E.
Yep, I'm there.
And based on your recommended conditions, the Morgnec Road Solar can actually request repowering after that 30-year lease, correct?
Based on the original recommended conditions, this is correct.
Okay. Has that changed?
Yes, now it has a hard stop date of 30 or
Okay.
34 years.
Okay. 30 or 34 years.
Yes.
And what is the reason for the 30 or 34 years?
If you go and looking at the revised conditions,
Mhm.
so it'd be dated 1 October, revised recommended license conditions.
Mhm.
Condition 3B,
I'm just pulling it up.
may have a date of 20 October when we submitted it.
Of 2021.
Yes.
Thank you. That was it. Okay, so you said 3B?
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
So that details our recommended revised license condition when it comes to the date.
Mhm.
But this also gives weight that it can be extended if Kent County agrees to such.
Only if Kent County agrees to it. That is no consideration for the town of Chestertown.
That is how it's written at this time, yes.
Mhm. In the initial conditions, you indicated that the Morgnec Road Solar shall begin implementation upon decommissioning within 12 months after the project ceases to generate. And this is that same paragraph 31, subject 32. Paragraphs changed into the new one. So excuse me. In the new one from October, it's paragraph 32, subsection E. It was 31 in the first one, but it's the same wording with lines crossed out.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not sure where you're at.
Okay,
So are you in the revised or the old one?
the revised.
Okay,
The paragraphs changed, but it's paragraph 32, solar decommissioning. I'm down in that last paragraph I was referencing before, subsection E.
yes, I'm there now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And you indicate that the Morgnec Road Solar shall begin implementation of the approved decommissioning plan within 12 months after the project ceases to generate electricity. What is crossed out is there's an or after a determination by the PSC pursuant to condition 3B, which is the expiration of the CPCN. that it is in the public convenience and necessity for the CPCN to expire to allow the residential growth of Chestertown consistent with the 2018 Kent Comprehensive Plan and the Town of Chestertown 2015 Comprehensive Plan. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So originally there was going to be an option for either the Town of Chestertown or Kent County to petition the Public Services Commission that there is a public need for the residential growth of Chestertown, correct?
That is correct.
And they could have had an opportunity to end the CPCN prior to that 30-year, or at that point, it was a 25-year lease.
Yes.
Okay. And since then, you have removed that as a recommended condition.
We have removed the reference to the Town of Chestertown.
Well, you removed the reference that the Town of Chestertown would be able to petition the PSC to have the CPCN expire earlier, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. And now the only way that the CPCN can expire is pursuant to condition 3B, whether it be 30 or 34 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move to the Biggs Ford testimony. I know we got into it a bunch yesterday. I'm not going to be redundant with it. Do you have that in front of you, or is that, I forget yesterday what you said.
Yeah, I need to pull it up.
Okay, take your time.
Sorry, my machine's acting up again. Come on. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm pulling up the first one now.
Okay. And
I don't know if there's one or two from Mr. Drummond.
I'm on your direct testimony. It's dated September 11th, 2019.
It's trying to open it.
Mm-hmm.
September 11th, 2019, and it is direct testimony. Yes, I'm there.
I'm on page 11 and 12. It's the question starts on page 11, line 18.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Excuse me, I'm backing up to page 10, line 25.
Line 10.
Page 10, line 25.
Yep, I'm there.
Okay, and it says, please summarize the project's consistency with Frederick County's comprehensive plan.
Yep.
Okay. And you get into, essentially in that answer, I'm not going to read it word for word, but you get into the fact that it is inconsistent with the Frederick County comprehensive plan, as well as the Walkersville area of planning influence.
Yes, that is correct. And those could not be mitigated. Well, PPRP felt they could not be mitigated.
Okay. And then the next question, you get into what those prominent inconsistencies are, correct?
I'm looking at it now. Yeah, that is the question and our response.
Okay. And lines 17 through 20, there is some writing on mine, but if you see the last sentence, it says, the fact that Frederick County and the town of Walkersville reference these inconsistencies as part of the basis for their opposition to this project enhances the importance of these issues.
Yes, I see that.
And it was within Mr. Stevens' testimony yesterday and within the town of Chestertown comprehensive plan. Do you remember the discussion, the testimony from Mr. Stevens, that Chestertown's plan, overall plan, is to create a buffer with the majority of the lands surrounding Chestertown? Recall that, a green buffer, I think it was referred to?
I don't remember him calling a green buffer, but
Okay. Do you recall reviewing the comprehensive plan that was an objective of the town of Chestertown?
no, I did not.
Okay.
I do not recall that. I'm sorry.
Do you recall the town of the testimony yesterday, the textual breakdown of each of the 5 growth areas, planning areas for the town of Chestertown?
Yes, I do.
And you recall that the northeast planning area where the Clark Farm is was pretty prominently the only or the likeliest area for growth.
Yes, I believe that's what Mr. Stevens said, but I'd have to refer back to his testimony.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you agree with me then that these conditions that you referenced, that you propose, as well as the plan for the Morgnec Road Solar, is inconsistent with the town of Chestertown's comprehensive plan?
Based on zoning?
Based upon their objectives within their comprehensive plan, based on their growth plan, based upon the areas that they have designated for growth being a portion of the Clark Farm, based on the questions previously set forth to you in testimony.
I am not sure I can agree to all of that. Can you restate the question?
Would you agree with me that the Morgnec Road Solar Farm, as well as the conditions, that the revised conditions that you set forth, are inconsistent with the Chestertown Comprehensive Plan?
Yes, with parts of it, I would agree.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect, Ms. McLemore.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Stasinski, Mr. Hicks, and also Mr. Yeager, and also I believe Mr. Drummond talked to you about Biggs Ford. Actually, Mr. Drummond did quite a long time. And in that the reviewing state agencies recommended denial in that case. Do you remember what whether the PSC actually accepted our recommendation in that case?
No, we actually, they actually granted the CPCN in that case.
And do you recall in any other case, how long have you been with PPRP?
Probably 6.5 years, and I've done approximately 12 or 14 solar cases.
And where were you before that?
I was quote unquote across the hall doing an environmental review.
So is it, how much familiarity do you have with the past CPCNs in Maryland for generation?
I'm very familiar with most of them, probably within the last 10 years.
And how many times has PPRP recommended denial of a CPCN?
I'm sorry, say it again.
How many times in your recollection and in your experience and your knowledge has PPRP recommended denial? I apologize, I misstated. Has the reviewing state agencies recommended denial on this?
Yeah, we've only recommended denial once in the Biggs Ford case.
Okay. Now, do you recall getting a data request from KCPA after your supplemental? I believe it was after your supplemental. It's KCPA 2, data request 2. Do you recall that?
Yes, is that dated September 30th, 2021?
Just give me 1 second. Let me. Yes, it is. Do you have that before you?
Yes, I do.
Could you go down to the response to question 2-2?
2-2. Okay, I'm there.
Now, at the beginning, it talks about some things. Could you go to page 6? I believe that's, if you hold 1 minute, let me ask you this. Was this response developed by you or under your direct control or supervision?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Was this response developed by you or under your direct control or supervision?
Yes, it was.
And were you the project manager on Biggs Ford?
Yes, I was.
Okay, could you please read your response there?
So on page 6 at the top, beginning in Biggs Ford Solar.
Yes, please.
Okay, in Biggs Ford Solar case number 9439, the Secretary letter notes that the project is located within a priority preservation area as defined within the Frederick County Comprehensive Plan, and that 100% of the project is classified as prime agricultural farmland. The proposed Biggs Ford solar site was zoned for agricultural use and lies within a priority preservation area designed to protect the agricultural land base within Frederick County. In Morgnec Road Solar, by contrast, only a portion of the site is classified as prime agricultural soils, and the potential land use conflict raised by Kent County and the town of Chestertown involves future commercial and residential development, not agricultural preservation.
Do you still agree with your response to that data request?
Yes, I do.
Okay, could you flip over to KCPA 2-3, that response?
Yep, I'm there.
Could you please read that one?
Just the response?
Well, I'm sorry, I apologize. Was this response to this data request developed by you or under your direct control or supervision?
Yes, it was.
Could you please read it?
So the response to KCPA 2-3, the recommended license conditions proffered by PPRP, in this case, PPRP Exhibit RAS-2, include mitigation for Morgnec Road Solar's project potential impacts to the viewshed and to the economic development, which are the primary areas raised as to inconsistencies with the county's comprehensive plan and the town's community planning area document. Furthermore, the applicant's willingness to accept these conditions, as well as its participation in ongoing settlement discussions since the time that PPRP filed its recommendations in December 2019, indicate that the applicant is attempting to address the local concerns. There was no such indications in the Biggs Ford Solar case.
Okay, that last sentence, there was no such indications in the Biggs Ford Solar case. I know it's been a little bit since the Biggs Ford case, but do you recall any, or do you recall all the attempts or any of the attempts by the applicant to address the local concerns in that case?
Yes, and actually it came to a surprise with PPRP that I think it was actually during a public hearing that the applicant in Biggs Ford actually submitted a significant site plan change where the limit of disturbance was reduced very significantly from, I believe, about 130 acres down to approximately 100 acres, which really decreased the impacts to the viewshed and opened up one of the concerns for the viewshed of one of the MHT buildings, historic buildings on the site.
Okay, at this time, Your Honor, I would like to mark this exhibit as PPRP exhibit
18.
18.
So marked.
And at this time, I would also like to enter these two responses into the record.
Any objection? Hearing none, PPRP Exhibit 18 will be entered into the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sadinsky, if you would please turn to the revised condition, the redlined version, which is actually PPRP Exhibit 13.
I have those in front of me.
Okay. Mr. Drummond yesterday asked you about the archaeological and cultural, the conditions to address archaeological discoveries and cultural resources. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Could you please turn to the new condition? I believe it's 23. Just give me 1 minute. I apologize. No, it is. I thought I had it marked. Give me 1 second. It's to do with, it's a new condition requiring a public amenity. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
For the life of me, I'm having a problem finding it now.
I see it as number 23.
Okay, for some reason. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Norma.
Yes.
I appreciate it. Could you please read this condition?
Yes, I can. So condition 23 states, within 5 years after obtaining a final unappealable CPCN, the applicant shall coordinate with PPRP and/or reviewing state agency and in consultation with the county and a representative of the local community, develop and implement a plan for one or more public amenities or enhancements which may be located adjacent to Morgnec Road in the required 200-foot setback as a gateway into the town of Chestertown or another location in Kent County. The applicant shall engage in these required activities in good faith and shall commit to expending $75,000 to implement the agreed upon plan.
In your opinion, does this address or help mitigate cultural resources, or does it not help mitigate cultural resources?
Yes, absolutely. Well, it can if it's agreed upon to apply, take that money and apply it to some sort of resource that could address cultural impacts or potential cultural impacts.
I
Sorry.
apologize. Do you have your do you address this in your supplemental testimony?
Yes, I believe I do.
I believe it's on page 5 at the bottom of the page. Starts with it starts with line 18. Refer to Ms. Christensen Lewis's testimony about the shepherd. You see that? Reply supplemental.
Okay, which page? I'm sorry.
Page 5. Just let me know when you get there.
Dated October 29th? Or is it?
Yes, October 29th.
Yep. Okay, I am there.
Could you read line 24?
Oh, I'm sorry, which page?
Page 5, line 24. Just take your time. Just let me know when you get there. No rush.
Page 5, line 24.
Yes.
Providing a public enhancement in this gateway area to honor and preserve Miss Shepherd's self-emancipation and life appears to be appropriate, should be given serious consideration.
And could you read the next sentence as well?
Furthermore, if the landowner and the applicant are amenable, participation in the National Park Service's Network to Freedom program could provide an additional avenue to educate the local community and the public on the significance of this event in our state's history.
When did you first learn about the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom program?
I first learned about this from an email forwarded from you, from Mr. Drummond, in early August, I believe. I could look up the date. I think I have it somewhere here.
That's okay, Mr. Sadinsky. It was this year, suffice it to say, correct?
Yes.
Okay, could you please describe from then your familiarity? What did you do, if you did anything, to familiarize yourself with the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom program?
Excuse me. I forwarded that email to Department of Commerce. At that time, they had not heard from Mr. Drummond. I also forwarded that email to Maryland Historical Trust, and they said they received that email, acknowledged it, and then Maryland Historical Trust responded.
Mr. Sadinsky, I'm sorry. Maybe you didn't hear my question. I asked, what did you do to become familiar with the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom program after you first heard of it from Mr. Drummond's email?
Okay. Once I received the information from Mr. Drummond, I did receive the PIA, the public information, and I did research on my own. I went to the National Maryland State Archives and researched those articles. I read all the material from the Department of Commerce. To be very honest and blunt, I was very moved by the story and knowing that this occurred basically around the corner from Queen Anne's County, from where I live. It kind of made it very real to me. In a sense, it kind of saddened my heart, to be honest, and kind of moved me, like I said. From there, I continued to research. I then called up Miss Diane Miller from the National Park Service, who actually is the regional director for the National Underground Railroad. I had a very nice conversation with her. She directed me to the NPS website, which I have it here somewhere.
What do you have? What are you talking about? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually a reference to their website
To the
and
okay.
its requirements to participate in the program.
Do you, if
Yeah.
do you have it? If you have a document, please let everyone know what you are referring to, and if you found it somewhere, please let us know, just so that everybody understands.
Yep. Okay,
Lawrence,
I'm sorry. I have it right here. So
excuse me,
it's
Judge
Network for
Lawrence,
Freedom website.
may I, I'm going to object to this testimony. I'm painfully aware of the email I received this morning from you. Nevertheless, it is my understanding that we are limited to that which has been submitted in writing, but testimony. And this is not what Mr. Sadinsky is now being asked about, is not contained in any writing submitted to Your Honor, about which I am aware. Thank
I'm
you.
not sure I understand the nature of your objection. This is redirect. Ms. McLemore, can you remind me which witness testified about the National Park Service Network to Freedom program?
Yes, Your Honor. What occurred yesterday was Mr. Drummond was talking to Mr. Sadinsky about what had the conditions to address cultural resources and
Yes, I
archaeological
recall that.
resources. And
Okay.
And so on redirect, I am explaining. Mr. Sadinsky is indicating where he describes that in his testimony, and why he thought that it would, based on that. In doing so, there's no information about the Network to Freedom. He has information based on his experience, and in order to redirect and to address what was addressed on cross, I'm simply asking him if he has any knowledge about the program.
Okay, I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Perhaps if I rephrase it, Mr. Sadinsky, do you believe, why, based on your understanding, if the project is built, could the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom program, could participation take place in the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom program?
You're breaking up a little bit. I'm sorry. So,
Your Honor, can I turn off my video to assist with that?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that better, Mr. Sadinsky?
yes, I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay, I just simply asked, based on your information that you have gathered since you found out about the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom program and the possibility of this site, if the project, Morgnec Road Solar, is constructed, would that stop the participation of the project in the Network to Freedom program?
No, it wouldn't. And speaking to Miss Miller, who's the regional director, she directed me to the website. It says what the network does not, the network does not, and this is directly from the website, restrict use, alteration, treatment, or transfer, sale, or disposition of private property, require that properties be maintained, repaired, or restored, require public access to the public property. I'm sorry. Let me read that again. The last, require public access to private property.
Okay, and in your research, did you find the purpose for the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom program?
Yes, it states it very clearly on the website, which is the program coordinates preservation and education efforts nationwide and integrates local historical places, museums, and interpretive programs associated with the Underground Railroad into a mosaic of community, regional, and national stories.
So back to Mr. Drummond's question, would condition 23, if used to participate in the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom program, provide mitigation to the impacts to cultural resources.
I'm sorry, provide mitigation to,
To the project's impacts to cultural resources.
yes, yes, it would.
Okay, thank you. Now, do you recall some questions that you got, I believe, beginning with Mr. Yeager yesterday regarding decommissioning?
Yes,
Okay, and you're gonna need to keep those redlined exhibit 13 handy there, because I'm fixing to ask you some questions about the revised conditions with regard to Mr. Yeager's questions yesterday. Could you flip to condition 3B?
yes, I'm at 3B.
Right, is that address decommissioning in any way?
Yes, it gives a hard stop date.
And what do you mean by a hard stop date?
That means that the project must be decommissioned either 30 or 34 years. Let me read this. So the CPN shall expire 30 years from the date of beginning of commercial operations or 34 years from the date of the CPCN issuance, defined at the receipt of a final unappealable commission order, whichever is sooner.
Okay, and is this the only condition? Actually, okay. Could you please turn to condition 32?
I'm there.
Okay, this condition, what is it entitled?
Solar decommissioning.
Okay, and are you familiar with solar decommissioning outside of just this project?
Yes, I am.
And could you please, you don't have to read it, but could you please describe the process that is addressed in to develop a decommissioning plan?
Well, the plan is generally developed by the applicant and it's given to PPRP, and generally, I generally pass it on to the county, or in some cases, the city, for their review and comment. Sometimes it's given to them, sometimes not, so I make sure they get a copy of it. We do comment back to the applicant on these, but generally then it goes before the Public Service Commission during an admin hearing.
And have you participated in any of these admin hearings?
Yes, I have,
And
several of them.
and to your knowledge, does a county or a municipality also participate?
In my experience, probably, trying to do the math quick, probably half, at least half of them they have.
Do they have the ability to? Do they have the right
Yes.
to?
Yes, they do. Yes, I generally make them aware when I'm the manager of the project, when the hearing's occurring.
And when do these, and once they get approval for a decommissioning plan, do they get reviewed? Do they have to update them at any time?
Yes, there's a 5-year cycle. In PPRP's research, we found, I think we used a 10-year cycle to rewrite these. It's a really dynamic process, a dynamic science going on with decommissioning. As stated before, I mean, we don't have enough data right now to look at decommissioning. In a lot of this, there's always scrap value included. The scrap value market is really unpredictable. It's very high right now. So therefore, and then we ask a third-party consultant to actually write the plan. I'm not sure how much detail you would like.
Well, to stop you for just 1 minute, you mentioned that there's a 5-year plan. You have to update it every 5 years.
That is correct.
Why is it 5 years and not 25 years or 10 years? Do you have any reason to know the difference there, the distinction?
Yeah, we researched it. It seems like the market is really dynamic as far as panels and scrap value and decommissioning costs. So, like I said, I believe first decommissioning plans were 10 years, but we reduced that. A recommended condition now states 5 years.
Yet Mr. Yeager yesterday talked to you about uncertainties and the ability to address that in the decommissioning plan. Was this uncertainty, has PPRP ever considered that uncertainty in considering decommissioning?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why we've reduced the time span from 10 years, I believe, down to 5 to rewrite these plans.
Okay, and in the event that an uncertainty occurred between the two decommissioning plans review, is that something that could be brought up based on your understanding? Is that something that could be brought up to the commission?
Yeah, it's my understanding that, yeah, it could be brought up before the Public Service Commission.
And based on your understanding and your experience before the commission, would a municipality or a neighbor or anyone be denied an ability to also participate in that process?
They have participated in that process. Yeah.
Could you please describe how do you know that?
Um,
What case?
Oh, I'm sorry. For example, in Great Bay, the public did show up, several of them, and gave testimony about decommissioning.
And did the commission allow all that?
Yes, they did.
If I could have 1 minute, Your Honor, just to make sure I've asked all the cross I need. I mean, all the redirect I need.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Sadinsky, you were just asking questions about Mr. Hicks about the difference in the revised conditions and the conditions prior with regard to the decommissioning, specifically with regard to the participation of Chestertown in the process. Do you remember this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I believe he pointed you also to condition 32E, to be exact.
Yes, he did.
Okay, prior to revising these conditions, would decommissioning occur after the 26 or 30 years that are referenced in 3B? Would there be a hard stop?
No, not in our previous recommended conditions.
Could you describe what would happen after the end of 26 years or 30 years? What would occur at that time for there to be a decommissioning at that time?
This is based on our initial recommended conditions?
Yes, initially.
Yeah. So there would have to be an admin here. I believe it'd be an admin hearing. And then the parties would present their case before, and the decision would be made by the Public Service Commission.
And that decision, I believe, if you can look at 32E, if you could read the crossed out part on line 1, 2, 3, 4, starting with or, could you read that part, crossed out part there?
Yeah, so afterwards, after a determination by the PSC pursuant to condition 3B that it is in the public convenience and necessity for the CPCN to expire to allow for the residential growth of Chestertown consistent with the 2018 Kent County Comprehensive Plan and the Town of Chestertown 2015 Comprehensive Plan. Want me to keep going?
No, that's fine. So you said there wouldn't be a hard stop, and in that the commission would have to make a decision. In this, now that we have revised it, would this occur? Would there have
No.
to be a process?
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question? I interrupted you. I apologize.
Would there be a process before the decommissioning?
Yes.
No, now, at this time, after we've revised the condition.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, there's a hard stop now.
So would there be any reason for Chestertown to participate in a process? Strike that.
I
Strike that.
am not sure if there's any benefit to them participating.
Is there a
I think
process?
she's, okay, sorry. I think she struck the last question. Let her
Yeah.
ask a new one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sadinsky. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Drummond, do you have a witness you'd like to call at this time?
Call Janet Christensen Lewis. Could you state your name and address for us, please?
Janet Christensen Lewis, 30475 River Road, Millington, Maryland.
And Ms. Lewis, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Mr. Drummond, I need an attestation from you, please.
I attest that the witness is alone and not in communication with any other individuals presently or at any time during her testimony.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Ms. Christensen Lewis, how, if at all, are you affiliated with the intervener in this case, Kent Conservation and Preservation Alliance?
I am the chairperson of the board of directors.
Have you been in that role since the initiation of this application?
Yes, I have.
Briefly describe, please, the purpose of Kent Conservation and Preservation Alliance.
Mr. Drummond?
Yes.
I believe if you're introducing
Okay, I can go
Ms.
straight to that. All right.
Okay.
Ms.
This background is just simply not necessary unless someone asks for it. It's in her written testimony, correct?
Christensen Lewis, do you have before you the document called Direct Testimony of Janet Christensen Lewis, dated December 16, 2019, which is 15 pages long?
I do.
Ms. Christensen Lewis, do you wish to make any corrections to that document?
There are some minor corrections in terms of acreage that I included. I don't know how significant it is. Page 6, it said 214 acres twice. And on page 8, it said 214 acres, and I don't believe that's the size of the facility.
What do you believe the size of the facility to be as applied for?
I think it's 232 acres.
Ask that be corrected. Ms. And also to ask that the direct testimony of Ms. Christensen Lewis be marked as, I don't know how you wish to mark it, as intervener number 1 or KCPA number 1.
Since there is more than one intervener, we'll mark it as KCPA 1.
Ms. Christensen Lewis was well, let me go to the next. Do you have before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Janet Christensen Lewis, dated March 20, 2020, which is 5 pages in length?
I do.
Please have that marked as KCPA number 2.
So marked.
Thank you. Next, we have a document, Ms. Christensen Lewis, entitled Supplemental Testimony of Janet Christensen Lewis, dated October 20, 2021, which is 4 pages in length, plus a series of exhibits. You have that document.
I have the document, but I did not pull up the exhibits. I need to be able to do that. That might
Right.
take me a minute.
Okay.
It might be faster if you quickly forwarded that to me, if you can. I'm having difficulty locating it in my Adobe files.
I'll do my best. My facility with the computer, as you know, is not the
Mm.
greatest.
I do understand that I'm asking. If I get it before you get it to me, I'll.
Oh, Judge Lawrence, can I move on to the next and then we'll come back and,
Chris, I found it. Hang
okay,
on.
good.
Can I
have
clarify for the record what your direct, how many pages did you say the direct testimony contained?
I counted 15.
Okay, so you're not introducing the exhibits as part of the direct?
No, these.
This is the supplemental testimony of October 20, 2021, which is 4 pages plus exhibits. And we're searching for the exhibits at the moment.
You didn't have exhibits to her direct?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do you have them now?
I have 1, 2. Yes, I
Okay.
have both of them. I do. One is 21 pages and the other is 2. Is that correct?
That's right. I'd ask that the supplemental direct testimony of dated October 20, 2021 is 4 pages plus exhibits be marked as KCPA number 3.
So marked.
Thank you. Finally, Ms. Christensen Lewis, do you have before you a document that's called rebuttal testimony of Janet Christensen Lewis dated October 29, 2021, which is 5 pages in length?
I do.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Christensen Lewis, I have like to ask that be marked as KCPA number 4.
So marked.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Christensen Lewis, each of the documents that we've now had marked as exhibits 1 through 4 prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Correct. They have been.
Is the testimony contained in those 4 now marked exhibits true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
It is.
Were we to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same, other than as we have asked Judge Lawrence to correct the acreage mentioned in the direct testimony, which is exhibit number 1?
I would.
Lawrence, I'd move the admission of KPCA exhibits number 1 through 4.
Any objections? Hearing none, KCPA exhibits 1 through 4 are admitted into the record.
And now Ms. Christensen Lewis is available for cross-examination.
Okay, Mr. Bugelmans, do you have any cross-examination for this witness?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Ms. McLemore, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Also, I'm going to keep my camera on, but if there's any problems hearing me, just let me know and I'll turn it off.
Will do.
Thank you. Ms. Christensen Lewis, for the record, my name is Sandra McLemore on behalf of the Power Plant Research Program. I'm their counsel. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please turn to page 2 of your rebuttal testimony down at lines, well, you don't have lines, but it's the last question on that page.
Is this the rebuttal to my direct or my rebuttal to my supplemental?
It's the, I'm sorry, yeah, it's the supplemental rebuttal that you filed, I believe, on October the 20th.
29th. So,
Yes, I apologize. I took off my glasses. I shouldn't.
and which page are you directing me to?
Page 2.
Okay.
There on that last question, you indicate that that you were not knowledgeable or invited to participate in settlement discussions. Is that correct?
I say that KCP, first of all, in the first part of that, I'm talking about KCPA's awareness that Kent County was negotiating or working with the PPRP and the applicant. And that sentence that says thereafter KCPA was not aware or invited to participate in any discussions, I am referring specifically to the discussions that were occurring at the county commissioner level.
So is that to mean you have no recollection of any time when your counsel told you of any time when any counsel reached out to them to ask if you wanted to participate? Is that your testimony?
No, that's not my testimony. I think you need to go further. My testimony is that we were aware that there were negotiations going on. Not only were we aware that the PPRP was reaching out to the county, the PPRP was also reaching out to our attorney. We did, if you go further, I don't know where it is in my testimony. I'd have to read through this, but I do acknowledge that we were invited to participate with the applicant and actually had a meeting with the applicant, and that we actually had a meeting with the PPRP, and that those were the only 2 times that we were invited to participate.
So you do not, your attorney, you do not remember your attorney telling you at any time that any other counsel reached out to him after, I believe it was April of 2021. You do not have any recollection of your attorney saying that counsel of either the county or PPRP reached out to KCPA to see if they wanted to participate in negotiations or settlement discussion.
Predicate of the question, if I could be clear, is after April of 2021.
Correct. After this year, the beginning of this year. Yes, yes, in the spring of this year. Do you recall at any time your counsel indicating that counsel for the county or counsel for PPRP reached out to request to invite KCPA to participate in settlement discussions?
After April of 2021.
Yes, she already said that twice.
I think that's outlined in my testimony. And I would say, again, I will reiterate, and I would have to go through and get the dates as to exactly what was laid out and what we participated in. The dates are in, I know they're
Christian
in.
Lewis, it's a yes or no question. Do you recall? She asked you if you recalled. Do you need her to repeat the question again?
I'll be happy to.
Because I believe it's a yes or no question.
I do not recall.
Thank you.
I would have to refresh myself on my testimony.
You do
It's
not
in there.
recall. You do
I'm
not.
not.
Do you want to take a minute to refresh your recollection with your testimony? We can wait.
Sure.
Let us know when you've done so.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. What is correct?
That we had no discussions with the applicant or the PPRP after April 2021.
You had no discussions. I believe the question is whether you were aware of anyone reaching out to your attorney to invite you to have such discussions.
I was not aware of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, if you, are you familiar with the proposed settlement in this case?
I am moderately familiar with the settlement in this case.
And tell me if I'm incorrect, but are you, I believe you're familiar with the ordinances that the applicant has agreed to comply with? Are you familiar with those ordinances?
The land use ordinances? Are you
Yes.
referring to that?
Yes.
Yes, I am. Yes.
And do you remember when they were adopted by the county?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was probably, it could have been the end of 20 or the beginning of 21.
Okay. Were you or anyone that is active in KCPA involved in developing those ordinances?
We were?
And could you briefly describe how you were involved?
We submitted a change to the text amendment to the planning and zoning, asking for some changes. I submitted a document looking at Queen Anne's County's land use ordinances. And I submitted that to the county and they reworked it and came up with the land use ordinance that would oversee solar for the county.
And do you recall getting a DR request from PPRP regarding this matter? It was KCPA. It was done. It was indicated as KCPA, PPRP DR1 to KCPA. However, it's actually KCPA PPRP DR2 to KCPA. Do you remember getting that document?
I think that's the one we just submitted to you on Monday.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I don't have that in, I do not have that in front of me. I would have to research and pull that up if you're going to ask me questions about that.
I am, Ms. Christensen. If you could, if it's okay, if we could have a minute to let her do that.
Yes.
Is it possible? I think I have that here. Hang on just a minute.
Or your counsel can send it to you.
Mm. Okay, I have that document.
Could you please turn to to what should be 2-18? Please let me know when you're
Yes.
there.
I'm there.
Could you please read the question and answer there?
What, if any, involvement did KCPA or its members have in the development and consideration of Kent County's new ordinance, Home Rule Bill number 7, 2020? So it was in September of 20, or it was in 2020, enacted on February 16, 2021, and provide any written comments submitted to the county on behalf of KCPA or any of its members regarding the development or enactment of this new ordinance.
Your Honor, let me object to this line of questioning. Again, it is based upon the manner in which I was limited in cross-examination, which Judge Lawrence, you repeatedly asked me to confine myself to the written testimony.
That's incorrect, Mr. Drummond. I did not ask you to confine yourself to the written testimony. What I told you repeatedly was that when you're going to quote written testimony to a witness in asking the question, to please refer that witness to the written testimony. I did not in any way confine you to written testimony. You're incorrect. Ms. McLemore, would you like to mark this exhibit and enter it into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. If I could have the responses to PPRP DR1, which should be corrected to 2. I apologize for that. Marked as PPRP Exhibit 19 and entered into the record.
It's marked as 19. Any objections to it coming into the record? Hearing none, PPRP Exhibit 19 is admitted into the record.
And Ms. Christensen Lewis, could you please read your response to the question 2-18?
KCPA's involvement in consideration of CHR Bill 7, 2020 was significant.
Okay, and that was all that you provided there. So I would like for you to expand in a summary fashion on what you mean by significant.
We originally approached planning and zoning to put in some sort of bill that would protect all of the land in Kent County for solar installations, because currently, since solar is not allowed in many of the districts, there is no land use ordinance that governs the landscaping plans. The only plans that we have available for landscaping plans are in those districts where solar is allowed. So that was the basis for our submission. We had also been following Queen Anne's County very closely. And so our request was that the county and planning and zoning look carefully at Queen Anne's County and submit that should be, since they had already done extensive work in putting together their landscaping plans for the entire county, that would be the basis for solar landscaping in Kent County. I had phone conversations with Mr. Mackey and also with Ms. Gerber, who work planning, zoning, and housing. They completed a document to incorporate those particular aspects of Queen Anne's County. And we had a meeting to look at those. And that was what was the planning and zoning submitted those to the county commissioners I think that it first had to go to the planning for the land use ordinance, and then it went to the county commissioners after it was recommended, and it was adopted by the county commissioners, as you see, in February 16, 2021.
And so am I correct to say this was after your rebuttal testimony was filed in this case?
The supplemental rebuttal?
No, the rebuttal testimony that was filed December of 2020. So this was it was enacted after, it was adopted after your rebuttal testimony was filed. Is that not correct?
It was adopted after that. That's correct.
Thank you. Could you go to your rebuttal testimony on page 4? And if I can direct you to lines 14 through 16. There's the sentence there. Just let me know when you're there.
So page 4, 14 through 16.
Yes.
Okay.
Could you read that sentence?
Well, it starts on line 12. Do you want me to start there?
No,
And
the
then
sentence beginning, the screening will need. Page 4.
Page 4 of my rebuttal to my direct. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And
Rebuttal
line
testimony. Yeah.
14?
Beginning with the word, I'll read it and you tell me if I misread it. The screening will need to be much more robust. You see that right there?
Mm-hmm.
Native to Maryland and sensitive to the agricultural environment that had been proposed to date by the applicant.
Yes,
see
that is
that?
correct. Yes, I do. Yes, you do
Okay.
say that.
In your involvement, in KCPA's involvement in the consideration of CHR Bill 7/2020, were you considering what type of screening would be needed for a project?
Were we considering in the bill?
Right. Did you
Yep.
consider that as you provided input into the CHR Bill 7/2020?
Correct. And I do think that it has that in there.
And so your involvement was adopted. What you requested was adopted for the most part. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay. Okay, if you could turn to your supplemental testimony. I know there's a lot of testimony here because it's been going on for a minute. So
Oh, no, I've got that.
you got
Where
it?
do you want? Mm-hmm.
Could you please turn to page 4?
Okay.
Give me a minute. I'm going to have to make sure I have the right page. You state that the PSC, you talk about in your testimony, you talk about the PSC's obligation to consider the effects of a solar project on historic sites. Do you see that?
Okay. Where I may not be in the right place. What are you talking about my supplemental?
Yes.
Are you my supplemental direct, my supplemental rebuttal?
Yeah, just give me 1 minute. For some reason.
Somehow I'm not seeing that, but then I didn't see the last thing that you brought up and you found it.
It's on page 3. That's what I had wrong. It's on page 3 of your supplemental, and it's at the response to the first question.
Is this the KCPA believes the Public Service Commission's obligation? Is that what you're talking about?
Right. If you could read those last 2 sentences.
KCPA believes that the Public Service Commission's obligation to consider the effects of solar projects on historic sites must not be limited to the presence of older buildings and structures or what might be considered eligible for the National Register consideration.
And then the next sentence too.
If Harriet Shepard's self-emancipation from Hopewell Farm is not historic, then the Public Service Commission is failing to consider a broad array of cultural, economic, and landscape features significant to Kent County's history.
So is it fair to say that your testimony is stating that KCPA believes that the Public Service Commission is obligated to consider Harriet Shepard's self-emancipation?
That's one of the things that the Public Service Commission should be considering.
And isn't it true that KCPA has no specific impact to Harriet Shepard's self-emancipation that will occur by the construction of the project?
We feel that there will be significant without having already put in the work that needs to be done to actually document particularly the Hopewell Farm and the Blackwell Hermitage in terms of what cultural resources or archaeology finds could be there based on the studies that were done in the early 80s when those homes were both documented.
Right, but you just noted that it could be there. Is that not correct?
We do notice that it could be there.
Okay, and what evidence or what information does KCP have that says that it is more than likely there? Do you have any evidence to show that it's more than likely there?
Well, I don't think that that's in my expertise.
Okay, tell me any evidence or any information that you have that leads you to believe that something is there that could be saved.
I do believe that this testimony this questioning would probably be better directed to some of our other witnesses, not to me.
Okay.
I'm just the chairman of KCPA.
I appreciate that. Thank you. If you could give me 1 minute, Your Honor, just to verify that I've asked, if I could take 1 minute.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. A couple of more questions, Ms. Christensen Lewis. You include an unsubmitted application to the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom as exhibit number 2 to your supplemental, do you not? I believe it's you.
Hang on just a minute. That was one of the documents I didn't have. These are on my computer. Am I allowed to pull those up as files on my computer?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, was that exhibit 1 or exhibit number 2, Ms. McLemore?
I may have to, I'm not for sure. Do you not have it before you? If we could get Mr. Drummond to provide it to you.
I have exhibit number 1 and number 2. Which one would you like me to bring up so I can look at it?
Number 2, it's the application to the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom. It's unsubmitted, but the application.
Yes, I see that.
Were you involved in the preparation of this application?
No.
Was anyone at KCPA involved in the preparation of this application,
No,
to your knowledge? And have you verified any of the information contained within this application?
we have been working diligently trying to verify any of this information, and we have made some progress, and we have contacted people to continue, but of course, we haven't had enough time to do this yet. We are working on this. We do have people within Washington College, and we also have someone who's written extensively about this within the county, and we're working with him as well. So we are diligently trying to gather as much research as possible.
And I appreciate that, but have you actually verified any of the information?
Well, we know the information about Harriet Shepard's escape, and we know that yes, we've verified that. We haven't verified all of this information, but we have verified parts of this information.
All right, thank you, Ms. Christensen Lewis. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Did OPC or staff have questions for this witness?
OPC has no questions.
Thank you. Staff? Thank you. I read your lips that you have no questions. Okay, Mr. Drummond, you'll be allowed redirect. Let me explain. Redirect is an opportunity for you to ask questions, direct examination, non-leading of your witness related to Ms. McLemore's questions only. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand that.
Mr. Drummond, are you still with us?
I'm thinking.
I'm not sure what happened to Mr. Drummond.
I'm
Give him a
here,
minute.
Your Honor. I'm contemplating whether I should ask any questions, if I could just have a moment.
Your Honor, did you hear Mr. Drummond say he was asking for a moment?
I don't have any questions. Am I not being heard?
Your Honor, can you hear us?
Ms. Christensen Lewis, are you planning on remaining on this hearing?
Can you not hear Christopher Drummond?
You're muted, ma'am.
No, she's not.
No, I'm not. I'm not muted.
I can't hear you.
I can hear Ms.
Not muted.
Fine. I
Every-
can hear Ms. Christensen Lewis fine.
Not muted.
Everybody can hear me but you.
Okay, let's try this again. Sorry. Mr. Drummond, did you hear what I said about the purpose of redirect?
Yep.
Okay, do you have any redirect for your witness?
And if I could have a moment while I think about that, but I think the answer is no. I do have one question, which I believe is within the scope of Ms. McLemore's questions. Ms. Christensen Lewis, Ms. McLemore directed your attention to what she described as unsubmitted application for inclusion in the National Underground Railroad Ride to Freedom program. You recall that question?
I do.
Do you know why the application was unsubmitted?
It was unsubmitted because the property owner was approached about being included, and they declined to be involved in the process.
Property owner would be the Clark family.
Correct.
Ms. McLemore asked you questions about KCPA's role in the adoption of the new landscaping standards in Kent County. You recall those questions?
I do.
The adoption of the new landscaping standards by the Kent County Commissioners satisfy all the concerns that KCPA has with this application?
Does it satisfy? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Highlight, please, the other objections that KCPA has to this application.
Mr. Drummond, that I think we're going beyond Ms. McLemore's questions. You're going back to her direct.
Well,
I don't recall Ms. McLemore asking her about her other objections to the
but it
application.
would, thank you. It would seem to me that the reasonable inference from Ms. McLemore's questions is that because the legislation that the KCPA was actively involved in was adopted, that somehow that should be satisfactory to KCPA.
And you're welcome to argue that it's not. Ms.
And-
McLemore, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I would gladly stipulate that the adoption of the ordinance does not address all of KCPA's concerns with the project.
Thank you.
Fine, then
Let's
that's
move on.
fine. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Christensen Lewis. You're excused. Mr. Drummond, next witness.
Elizabeth Watson. Morning.
Good morning.
State your name and address, please.
My name is Elizabeth Watson. My address is 226 North Kent Street, Apartment B as in boy, Chestertown, Maryland, 21620.
Ms. Watson, can you
Yes,
please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I so swear.
Thank you. Attestation, Mr. Drummond.
I attest that Ms. Watson, the witness, is alone and not in communication with any other individuals at any now or at any time during her testimony.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Ms. Watson, I direct your attention to a document entitled Direct Testimony of Elizabeth Watson, dated December 16th, 2019, which is 40 pages in length, plus exhibits. Do you have that document?
I do.
Is there a correction that you would wish to make to that document?
Yes. One.
Could you direct our attention to the grammatical error on page 17?
Yes.
Or I should say syntactical error, not grammatical.
Yes. On line 17, it states that solar.
Page 17. What line?
Page 17, line 17. States that solar is an allowed accessory use, that is referring to the zoning on this site. That should have read solar is not an allowed accessory use.
Ask that correction be made. I would ask that this document be marked as KCPA number 5.
So marked.
Watson, I'll direct your attention to a document called Rebuttal Testimony of Elizabeth Watson, dated May 20th, 2020, which is 17 pages in length. Do you have that document?
That would be March 20th, 2020.
I didn't say March. I meant to say March.
Yes, I have that.
That be marked as KCPA exhibit number 6.
So marked.
All right, Ms. Watson, directing your attention to both documents that have been marked as exhibits 5 and 6. I ask you if those documents were prepared by you or under your direct supervision.
They were.
And are the contents of those documents true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes.
And if we were to ask you the same questions today that were asked of you in December of 2019 and March of 2020, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I'd move the admission of KCPA exhibits number 5 and 6.
Any objection? Hearing none, KCPA exhibits 5 and 6 are admitted into the record.
Watson may now be cross-examined.
Mr. Bugelmans, do you have any cross-examination for this witness?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Ms. McLemore, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions, Your Honor.
Does OPC or staff have questions for this witness?
OPC has no questions.
I don't hear anything from staff either. Thank you, Ms. Watson, for your written testimony in this case. You are excused.
Great.
Your next witness, Mr. Drummond.
Marcia Fritz.
Oh, Mr. Albert is
I don't
waving
think
at
I
me.
did.
Hang
Oh,
on,
I'm
I'm sorry.
I don't
I
think I did
should have
very
done
well.
a sound check. I did have a few questions. I apologize. I forgot to turn on my mic.
Okay, is Ms. Christensen, I'm sorry, is Ms. Watson still on the call?
There she is.
Yes, Mr. Albert for staff was had trouble unmuting in time for my question. He does have questions for you. Are you willing to answer his questions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Watson. I'm Kenneth Albert. I work for the commission staff. Can you hear me okay?
I can, Mr. Albert. Thank you.
Now I want to refer to page 17 of your testimony, your direct testimony. The sentence that begins in the middle of line 17.
I'm there.
Now you say here, I'm quoting, the county has long established zones where industrial scale solar development is permitted. Do you see that?
I do.
Now in this, just for terminology, in this proceeding, we're often using the term utility scale. I'm assuming this is, I assume a similar reference, industrial scale. What is your definition of industrial scale? What do you view that as in terms of megawatts or acres or both?
Industrial scale would be anything that requires a CPCN.
Okay, and do you recognize that the CPCN is required under Public Utilities Article 7-207.2 for solar facilities that are 2 megawatts or more?
I am.
Now, have you done an analysis of the number of land parcels that are zoned for solar in Kent County that would meet the criteria 2 megawatts or more?
I'm only generally aware that my county has zoned sufficient land of about 1,800 acres to accommodate utility scale solar, and there are 2 facilities under construction or permitting for that in those locations.
Okay, so if I were to ask you, and again, I don't want to belabor the point, but just so I understand, you did not consider within those acreage that is zoned for solar, which parcels were of sufficient size to accommodate a 2 megawatt or greater facility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, has KCPA done an analysis of whether the county has adequately considered the availability of land for industrial scale solar where the parcel does not have an environmentally sensitive feature that would preclude this use?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I put it in a negative. One of the factors in determining appropriateness of a parcel for solar development, of course, is there an environmentally sensitive feature such as a wetlands that would preclude use of the facility for solar? Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes.
So again, talking about industrial scale solar, did you consider what parcels would be sufficient size for industrial scale solar and would not have any problems with environmentally sensitive issues like wetlands, such that which would mean that they would be appropriate for solar?
I trust that my county has zoned land appropriate to the need. I did suggest in recent updates that are still under discussion in the county for zoning for solar, that the county pursue that analysis and determine whether there is a need to enlarge the industrial and employment zones that permit industrial scale solar in Kent County. It is a large amount of land located close to substations and electrical service.
Okay, and again, one final question using that line of thought, again, taking into account our industrial scale solar, the size appropriate there. Have you or KCPA done an analysis of land parcels taking into account the proximity to the electric grid such that they would be financially feasible to connect to the grid?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any redirect based on Mr. Albert's questions? Mr. Drummond? Any redirect based on Mr. Albert's questions?
I wonder if I could just have a moment.
Sure.
Ms. Watson, do you know, other than what we've been told by solar developers, what is economically feasible?
I do not.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you again. You are excused now.
All right, I call Marcia Fritz. Ms. Fritz, could you give us your name and address, please?
My name is Marcia Lynn Fritz. My address is 818 West Market Street, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, 18018.
Ms. Fritz, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Drummond, do you have an attestation?
Oh, I attest that Ms. Fritz, the witness, is alone and not in communication with any other individuals involved in this case during her testimony today. Now
Thank you.
or during her testimony today.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Ms. Fritz, you have before you a document entitled Supplemental Testimony of Marcia Fritz dated October 20, 2021, which is 5 pages in length.
I do.
Ask that be marked as KCPA Exhibit Number 7.
So marked.
Ms. Fritz, was that document prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
The contents of that document true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
There's one minor correction.
All right, if you could give us that, please.
It states here that I moved to Bethlehem in 2008. I actually moved to Bethlehem in 2006.
2000 what?
6.
Okay, we'll correct that. Thank you. With that correction, is the testimony true and correct?
Yes.
And if we ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Move the admission of KPCA number 7.
Any objection? Hearing none, KCPA 7 is admitted into the record.
Now, Ms. Fritz is may be cross-examined.
Mr. Bugelmans, you're up first.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. McLemore, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple. Good morning, Ms. Fritz. My name is Sandra McLemore. I would ask you, do you have a copy of the responses to PPRP's data request that was submitted this last month? Do you have a copy of that before you?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. I have a copy of my testimony.
It is the PSC case number 9499, PPRP data request. It says number 1 to Kent County Conservation and Preservation Alliance. Were you here when it was included in the record just this morning?
I believe so, yes.
Do you have that document in front of you? If you don't, that's okay. I can get Mr. Drummond. Mr. Drummond, if you could provide her with that.
Well, that's like asking me to chew gum and pat my head at the same time, but I'll try.
Appreciate it.
Hold on a minute.
Ms. Fritz, do you recall responding to these questions? Were you involved in responding to these questions? I'm sorry, I think you're on mute.
I responded to Mr. Drummond's questions. I do not have a copy of that document under that title.
Okay, I believe Mr. Drummond's going to get that to you. I just wanted to make sure that you were involved in responding before I asked you.
Yes, I was. Yeah.
Mr. Drummond, if you could
Okay,
just,
I think I managed to send it to you, Ms. Fritz.
And
Ms.
that would be
just let me know when you have it in front of you.
on email, Mr. Drummond.
Yes, ma'am.
It has not come through yet. It sometimes takes a while. It's here.
All right, can I direct you to question what should be 2-10, but is indicated as 1-10? You have that?
I'm getting there.
Okay, just let me know. While you're getting there, I'll go ahead and just read the question if that's okay. Ms. Fritz's supplemental testimony states that she did survey work at the Clark Farm in 1980. What, if anything, did she find at that time to indicate that this site had significant cultural resources? Are survey notes from Ms. Fritz's survey of the Clark Farm, including historical research and/or photographic documentation or reports, reasonably accessible and/or available? If so, please provide any documents, reports, or notes that are reasonably accessible and/or available. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I do. Yes. I did an architectural site survey in 1980 of both Black Hall's Hermitage and Hopewell. Each of those are indicated and filed with the Maryland Historical Trust by number, and they're publicly available online. I have a personal paper copy of my work with me now. It included of Hopewell, it included photography.
Can I stop you right now? I just want to get this on the record. Was this provided in response to this data request?
It was the source of this information was provided by Miss Watson to Mr. Drummond. I presume that he then printed it out or studied it, but I don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay, do you have the response there in front of you, Ms. Fritz? And I apologize, I just want to make sure that everything's in the record correctly.
Yes, I do. I have a copy of my historic site survey from 1980.
Do you have the response to the data request in front of you?
I'm not following you. Let me look.
Okay, in the document that I just referenced and I read that question, tell me if you disagree that this is what it says in response. Ms. Fritz believes that her field notes have been destroyed or misplaced by the Kent County Historical Society. Her complete report and photographs are available online. Do you disagree that was the response?
No, that was the response, and that was the correct response.
So before today, have we been provided any of your field notes or a report or photographs or anything, or even a site? Were we provided?
They are attached to Ms. Christensen Lewis's supplemental testimony.
What is they? I'm sorry, I shouldn't.
The documents about which you're inquiring.
In what, Your Honor, I'm kind of at a loss here because I don't want to be talking with Mr. Drummond if I don't need to be. So the response to the KCPA request was Ms. Fritz, her complete report and photographs are available online. There's no indication there of they are already included in the record or in any testimony or any attachments or anything. So I'm kind of not understanding what Mr. Drummond is referring to at this point.
Yeah, Mr. Drummond, the Ms. Fritz's supplemental testimony that I have up doesn't have any attachments.
Correct, and I guess I'm to be blamed for that, in as much as the documents that are being discussed now are attached as an exhibit to Ms. Christensen Lewis's supplemental testimony, which is exhibit number 3.
Do you have that, Ms. McLemore? Do you understand what he's? I don't.
Yes, I do understand what he said. If you could give me a minute to try to find that. I apologize, I'm not prepared. I did not know because it was not a part of the response.
Understood.
If you could, Mr. Drummond, direct me where exactly you're talking about. I'm at the supplemental testimony of, did you say of Miss Christensen Lewis, correct? The direct? I may have to pull them, so I need to know exactly what you're talking about, Mr. Drummond, because I wasn't prepared, because you did not indicate that in the response. So if you could please provide me with exactly what you're talking about so that I can go ahead and pull those out and have them in front of me, I would appreciate it.
Have misspoken.
I'm sorry, did you say you misspoke?
May have misspoken.
Oh, so what are you saying now?
Some of what Ms. Fritz documented in the 1980s is attached to Ms. Christensen Lewis's supplemental testimony.
Which exhibit?
2, some of the photographs.
Some of the photographs on Ms. Christensen Lewis's exhibit 2 are photographs that this witness took. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes. Yes. However, let me.
Mr. Drummond, I'm sorry. I have an exhibit B. I may have things inaccurate in here, but I believe exhibit B was the MHT letter, and then exhibit C was the United States Department of the Interior, a letter to them. So are you saying that there's an exhibit 2 somewhere?
He's talking about exhibit 2 to Ms. Christensen Lewis's supplemental testimony. That's
okay.
Became KCPA exhibit 3.
Exhibit 2. All right. I will, if at all possible, can I have a minute to try to locate that?
Let
Yes.
me try to clear up the confusion that I've created. I'm about to email you what I thought was attached to Ms. Christensen Lewis's testimony, and I think what you're getting after in your questions of Ms. Fritz. So let me
Is this
And
something that no one has seen before, Mr. Drummond?
to be honest with you, I'm not sure.
I'd like you to be honest with me. Ms.
I
McLemore,
said,
when you
I'm not,
receive it, please let me know if you want to use it, discuss it at all, given
Okay.
the timing.
Thank
Okay,
you.
if you haven't seen it before, we're not gonna discuss
Okay,
it.
thank you.
okay, I just sent it. These are the documents that are available online that to which Ms. Fritz referred, as best I know.
Is Mr. Drummond able to send that to the entire service list so all the parties can see it?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to take a 10-minute recess so the parties can review a document they've just received and decide whether it's appropriate, they want to use it or not. Okay, so we'll come back at, let's make it 11. Thank you. We're in recess. Mr. Court Reporter, are we ready to go back on the record?
On the record, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. We're back on the record in case number 9499. Ms. McLemore, I will hear from you first because it was your client's data response to which you're belatedly receiving some sort of response. So I'll hear from you.
Your Honor, if
One
at this
second, Your Honor. Very briefly, I didn't receive the email from Mr. Drummond.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm not going to guess the whole thing's up, but I just want to.
Would you like me to forward it to you?
That'd be fine. Sure. Thank you.
Okay, just a second, please.
I would ask, could you forward that to me as well?
But it did, but.
Yeah, try with T. Yeager at YeagerLawOffice.com. If you use the Kent Gov address, sometimes that's difficult to get in. Not everything gets in. So if you use the address you have for me, T. Yeager at YeagerLawOffice.com.
I just sent it to you, Mr. Yeager, and to you, Mr. Hoover.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. McLemore.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't see anything there that would be harmful or helpful. If at all possible at this current moment, if I could go ahead and ask another question and then come back to that if it's needed.
Certainly.
I point
you.
out that these documents are heavily referenced in Dr. Otter's report, in the Maryland Historical Trust letter.
I need to interrupt. There, the judge and me and Mr. Drummond have echoes in their transmissions.
Mr. Bugelmans, I'm muting you, so you're going to have to unmute yourself. I don't see anyone else I can unmute. I also don't hear an echo. Mr. Court Reporter, were you getting an echo?
No, but I was hearing people talk over each other.
Yes, that does happen. Ms. McLemore, please proceed with your question.
Ms. Fritz, in the response to 1-5, it's discussing your testimony and about the presence of a cellar at Hopewell. Do you see that in your response?
Yes.
Could you please describe what that was? That's kind of what I was looking for with the information. What exactly was the presence of a cellar at Hopewell that you saw there at that time?
I saw the cellar, and I saw the cellar entrance, and that's reflected on the first page of my description. It talks about, I'm still getting an echo, so if you can hear me, I'll continue.
Oh, we can hear you. Ms. McLemore, I'm going to mute you while she responds, okay?
On the material that Mr. Drummond sent you, on the first page, it talks about Hopewell, which is a very significant historic site. It says the western portion of the house measures 16 by 20. Going on, it says the foundation is fieldstone, and there is a basement entrance.
Sorry, Your Honor, the echo's getting louder.
Ms.
Turn the
Fritz,
volume
you're
down.
actually, hang on a minute. Ms. Fritz, you're on the hearing twice.
I know.
That doesn't work. Okay, you're gonna have to get off and
How about now?
I think that's better. Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. McLemore, can you repeat your question for me, please?
Yes, Your Honor. I was trying to ask Ms. Fritz if she could explain the current, what is currently existing of the dwelling of the, and specifically the presence of a cellar at Hopewell. And once again, the physical existence of the presence of a cellar at Hopewell.
Do you understand the question, Ms. Fritz?
I do. I can't answer that because any remains are underground and apparently were not discovered by Mr. Otter.
Are you aware of anyone else that has discovered anything underground?
Anyone else?
Are you aware of anyone that discovered anything at this site that leads you to believe that there is anything else underground?
No. Mr. Otter did indicate that he found a foundation, but he didn't indicate which site it was under.
And to your knowledge, did you receive any DR responses from Mr. Otter in this case regarding this matter?
No.
Review? Okay. All right. Thank you. That is all I have.
Does OPC or staff have any questions for this witness?
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff has no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Drummond, do you have any redirect based on Ms. McLemore's questions?
No, I do not.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Fritz, for your testimony today and your written testimony. You are excused. Mr. Yeager, are you prepared to call your first witness?
I am. I would first call Amy G. Morgnec. And see if she's on. Ms. Morgnec on the call.
I don't see her. I not only in person, but I don't see her name.
If when we were going to go, we informed her 11 o'clock, but I can call another witness.
Okay, it's up to you if you want to try and find her or call another witness.
And I'm just looking, I would next call Shelley Heller. I believe Mrs. Heller is on the line.
Ms. Heller, can you turn on your camera?
Okay, I'm on.
Okay, I see you now. Thank you. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And an attestation, please, Mr. Yeager.
Yes, Your Honor, I hereby attest that the witness is in a separate room alone and is not with any other witnesses.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Mrs. Heller, could you please state your name and business address, please?
Yes, it's Shelley L. Heller, and I work at 400 High Street, Chestertown, Maryland, 21620.
Now, I'd like to have marked for identification as Kent County's Exhibit 1, a document titled Direct Testimony of Shelley Heller, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 pages in length. Mrs. Heller, with the exception of a correction in the second question, please state your experience in local government, correcting the year 2013 to the year 2011. And with the other exception of revising your last answer to the question, have there been any attempts by the applicant to work with Kent County to work within the guidelines of the comprehensive plan and land use ordinance, noting that your direct testimony was filed and prepared prior to the time that the county engaged in settlement negotiations with the applicant. And supplementing that to include those settlement discussions with the applicant regarding CHR 7/2020, which have been discussed in testimony in these proceedings. If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes.
Mrs. Heller is now available for cross-examination.
Mr. Bugelmans, do you have any cross-examination for this witness?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Ms. McLemore, do you have any questions for this witness? Ms. McLemore? Okay, Mr. Hoover?
No questions.
Mr. Albert?
No questions, Your Honor.
I'll circle back to Ms. McLemore. Not sure what happened to Ms. McLemore.
I apologize, Your Honor. I was having some technical difficulties. I do have a couple of questions for Ms. Heller, if possible.
Okay, yes, please proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Heller. My name is Sandra McLemore. I represent the Power Plant Research Program.
Good morning.
In reviewing your testimony, you've held a number of leadership positions in local government. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And have you ever been involved in an annexation of an area into a municipality?
Yes, I believe so.
And could you please describe the steps that need to be taken to carry this out?
Sure. There are a couple different routes to go through annexation. One, depending on who is initiating.
I'm sorry, Ms. Heller. I believe maybe your attorney is trying to object.
Oh, sorry.
Is that correct, Mr. Yeager?
Yes.
Okay. What's the basis of your objection?
Well, she is asked about her experience in local government, so I believe that the fact that she has been involved in annexations is a fair question. But going into the substance of an annexation and what that entails, that's beyond the scope of her direct examination. She's not asked questions about annexation on her direct examination.
That's correct, Ms. McLemore. Do you have a more focused question? Ms. McLemore?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I'll go ahead and say that for another witness. Yesterday, were you in the room when Mr. Yeager was talking to witness Mr. Sadinsky?
Yes.
Did you hear that? And he was discussing uncertainties about the ability to develop that land after the project was decommissioned. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And is it true that you do have some experience with planning? Are you a witness as far as your experience to do with local planning? Are you involved in the planning process?
No, we have a planning department that primarily deals with the actual planning process.
So you're not involved at all?
I oversee the planning, but as far as, the technical aspects of planning, no.
And are you familiar, as part of your responsibilities in overseeing the planning, does the county ever have to address issues regarding uncertainties in developing a project? I mean, an area?
Yes.
And does that stop from planning for the development?
No, you would use best known data at the time. Excuse me, best known data at the time.
I'm going to object because This line of questioning.
Well, she already answered that question, so why don't we let Ms. McLemore ask another question, and then you can lodge an objection, but you can't go back in time. She already answered the last question. So Ms. McLemore, do you have another question?
I'll move on. I'll save that line of questioning since I don't believe this is the witness for it at this moment. Are you familiar with the revised? Let's start here. Is the Kent County against the settlement at this time?
That is correct.
Okay. Could you please state why the county is against the proposed settlement?
Because this zoning does not allow for the utility scale solar development.
Are you aware of, and I'm not asking any legal questions here, but are you aware of the decision in Perennial?
Yes, vaguely familiar with it. Mm-hmm.
And in the event that this project occurs, do you believe there's, strike that. In the event that this project occurs, if the commission approves the CPCN application and it is constructed, are you familiar with the revised recommended condition number 23?
Objection. It's beyond the scope of her direct testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. However, she is also representing the county here.
She is. She simply asked if she was familiar with a particular recommended licensing condition.
I understand that, but
I think
my
that answer.
understanding of the rulings that we've been here over the last 2 days, 2.5 days, have been that the scope of cross-examination is limited to the matter set forth in the direct testimony. And this is not set forth in the direct testimony. As a matter of fact, there was settlement negotiations were discussed after her direct testimony, and she didn't file supplemental testimony. Had she filed supplemental testimony, I think in addressing these issues, it may be a fair question. But the fact that she didn't, we're limited to what's in her direct testimony, so it's an improper question.
Okay, if I may respond, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
The county did not provide any supplemental testimony. So is it the position of Kent County that they do not have any, they can't be crossed on any questions regarding anything that occurred after the reply testimony was provided?
The judge set forth the rules. I'm just seeking to have.
No, again, there's been a misunderstanding. Both you and Mr. Drummond have misstated what I'm speaking at this current moment. Please be quiet so we don't speak over each other. What I said repeatedly to Mr. Drummond was that if you are going to quote testimony to a witness, you need to refer that witness to where you're quoting from. That is what I said repeatedly. That has now been misconstrued by you and Mr. Drummond. Okay? Her testimony, as I see it, can relate to anything she has knowledge of. It'll be limited based on her expertise and what she has knowledge of. So the questions that Ms. McLemore is asking are reasonable. So I'll let her proceed.
Your Honor,
your objection is noted for the record.
Does this mean that we have the ability to cross-examine any witness in this case within anything in the purview of their knowledge, regardless of whether or not they brought these matters up in their testimony?
If they're relevant to the matters that we're discussing in this hearing and they have knowledge of them, those questions can be asked. Yes.
Then I would request leave of court for Mr. Drummond and I to have the opportunity to recall the witnesses of the applicant that have been cross-examined so far.
That request is denied. Ms. McLemore, please proceed.
If it is helpful, all I'm trying to do is get the understanding from Kent County based on the revised conditions. If Ms. Heller is not the appropriate witness to answer questions on behalf of the county, I would be glad to wait until another witness is on the stand, but because they didn't provide any supplemental, I'm at a loss to know who I'm supposed to ask questions of. So if Mr. Yeager would like to provide me that information, I'll be happy to do so, to wait.
Does Mr. Yeager, does the county have a witness that can discuss the county's position on the revised licensing conditions?
Well, if Your Honor may recall, Mr. Aronson, we submitted supplemental testimony by Mr. Aronson, and there was a motion to strike that, and we believe when we filed that we had adequately addressed some of these matters. Mr. Aronson then revised, clarified, supplemented.
Mr. Yeager, does one of the county's witnesses that did file testimony in this case, are they able to address the county's position with respect to revised licensing conditions?
Your Honor, if I may continue, that was part of the purpose of having Mr. Aronson's testimony.
But you're not answering my question. There are 3 witnesses appearing at this hearing on behalf of the county. Can any of those witnesses, those 3 witnesses, provide testimony on the county's position with regard to the revised recommended licensing conditions?
You're talking about the PPRP's list, correct?
The revised recommended licensing conditions.
That was submitted by the PPRP.
Yes.
My belief is that both Mrs. Heller and Mr. Mackey have seen those. I don't know to the extent that they have reviewed them and they can opine to them, but they have both seen those.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. McLemore, I think you have, it sounds as though Ms. Heller has seen them. I certainly don't want her to speculate on them, but to the extent she's seen them and can answer your questions regarding them.
Your Honor,
please proceed.
If I could respectfully request, we have maybe 5 minutes for her to get them in front of her and maybe look at them real quickly. Perhaps the red line version so she can see what changes were made. If that would be helpful, could we take maybe a 5-minute and let her?
Well, I assume she has it in front of her because counsel was supposed to share exhibits with their clients. Ms. Heller, do you have the recommended licensing conditions, the revised set?
I have to be honest, I have a lot of documents in front of me right now. The one I'm looking at right now, I don't believe is the revised. And this is the one that's dated December 17th, 2000.
Yeah, I think that's the original.
That's the original.
Yeah, and then a revised was filed, I believe, in October, Ms. McLemore.
That is correct.
Do you have that?
And do you remember which docket number it's under? And I can pull it up rather quickly. Nope, I have it. I have it.
Yeah, docket item number 92.
I have it. Yes.
Okay. Have you seen this document?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So Ms. McLemore is going to ask you some questions with regard to your knowledge of the document.
Okay.
If we get to a question you don't know, it wasn't you, please say so.
Okay.
Your Honor, in all fairness, I have now misplaced in all this, I've misplaced my document. So if I could please have 3 minutes to try to get organized here before I proceed. I was trying to find her testimony. Now I've misplaced the conditions.
We'll stand in recess till 11:30.
Thank you very much. Oh my God.
Ms. McLemore, you're not muted yet.
I apologize. Mr. Yeager, are you available right now?
I am. I'm sitting here
Um,
by myself. I'm here. Yes.
Okay. Can you, were you able to find that document, the signed document?
Yes, and I emailed it to you yesterday.
Okay, I did not see that.
Yeah, I found it and I emailed it to you.
And does your witness have a copy of that?
I do not know. I can tell you that Mr. Mackey does. I don't know if Mrs. Heller does. I
Okay,
believe that Mrs. Heller would be able to retrieve that document because it was in a county file. It was not in my personal file. That's why I wasn't able to provide it to you immediately when you asked. But
okay,
I
and you
emailed
provided
it.
it, and you provided it to everyone too, correct?
No, I just emailed it to you.
Okay, I'm gonna forward that to everyone.
Did you find the email where I sent it to you?
I did, now I'm gonna have to, okay. Could you forward that to every? Okay, yeah, thank you, I appreciate it.
If you could just forward, it'd be easier than me.
Okay.
I have enough trouble trying to hit the mute and unmute button.
Obviously, I do too.
Mayor Foster's looking sharp today. Got a nice suit on. Congratulations on your recent election. I know you were sweating that one out. If anybody's listening, he was on.
Ms. McLemore, how are we doing?
Your Honor, I have it. Thank you for your indulgence as well.
Okay. Mr. Court Reporter, please, I'd like to go back on the record.
On the record, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. McLemore.
Ms. Heller, do you have the revised conditions in front of you?
I do.
Could you please look at the revised condition number 23?
Yes.
And if you could look at I'm going to read it. Please let me know if you disagree with something. But within 5 years after obtaining a final and appealable CPCN, the applicant shall coordinate with PPRP and or reviewing state agency and in consultation with the county and a representative of the local community, develop and implement a plan for one or more public amenities or enhancements, which may be located adjacent to Morgnec Road in the required 200 setback as a gateway into the town or another location in Kent County. And then it indicates that the applicant shall provide at least $75,000. In the event that after all appeals have been exhausted, if this project is constructed based on your experience and your own knowledge, do you believe that the county would work with the PPRP or reviewing state agency and the applicant in consultation to develop such an amenity?
Yes, I do.
Object. I just don't see it's relevant.
Overruled. It's a fair question. Overruled.
I do believe the county would be very agreeable in working with the various parties to find such a feature.
Thank you. Also, and that's all I have on the revised conditions. I apologize for all the inconvenience. But do you recall a letter? I don't know if you have it in front of you. It is a letter from counsel, Mr. Yeager, to Mr. Drummond. And it was this year. I just sent it, Your Honor. I just sent it to everybody, a signed copy. I didn't have the signed copy previously. It is, like I said, Ms. Heller, it is from Mr. Yeager to Mr. Drummond. It's dated May 14, 2021, and you are copied on this letter. Do you remember such a letter?
Is it possible for you to give me a quick recap of the subject matter? I believe I know which one you mean. I just want to make sure.
Sure. It's in the matter of the application of Morgnec Road, Public Service Commission of Maryland, case number 9499, your client, Kent Conservation and Preservation Alliance. And then it's, if I could ask, Your Honor, if Mr. Yeager could provide a copy to Ms. Heller.
Yes, Ms. Heller, if you don't have this document, let us know.
She's not in the same room that I'm in for obvious reasons. I know that Mr. Mackey, who's the planning director, has that letter, or I could also email Ms. Heller that electronic version of that letter.
Whatever's most efficient, please.
Let me see if I can email that to Ms. Heller. Bear with me.
And just to make sure we are talking about the same document, since I have both a signed and unsigned copy, Mr. Yeager, could you verify that that's the signed copy that you sent me and that I just provided to the parties?
Yes. Ms. McLemore had the letter. She was CC'd on the letter at the time it was sent, but her copy was unsigned. So she had requested a signed copy. The signed copy was not in my file, but it was in file maintained by the county planning department. And that was what was sent to Ms. McLemore. And that has just been forwarded electronically to Mrs. Heller. So it's a letter that I wrote to Mr. Drummond in May of this year. And it was CC'd at the time to Mrs. Heller and Mr. Mackey and to Ms. McLemore. But apparently, from what I gather, is not all the CC'd copies were signed copies of the letter. So,
Okay, Ms. Heller, do you have the document now?
I do, and I am familiar with it, and I do remember receiving this back in May.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McLemore, you
And
ready to proceed?
Thank you. And to your knowledge, was this provided to Mr. Drummond?
To my knowledge.
Okay. At this time, I would like to have this letter marked as exhibit, I believe, 20, PPRP exhibit 20.
So marked.
And at this time, I would also like to enter it into the record.
Any objections?
To object because
Objection.
the letter between counsel and Mr. Drummond is not a party to the case.
And I object as well. What conceivable relevance could this have?
I'll be happy to respond to that, Your Honor.
Okay, please.
Okay, in my cross of Ms. Christensen Lewis, she indicated that she had no indication that counsel was giving any opportunity or requested or even or asked to participate in any way to the settlement discussions. This is offered to show that counsel, in fact, was provided an opportunity. So it goes against, it's going to rebut what Ms. Christensen Lewis indicated.
The questions that were put to Ms. Christensen Lewis by Ms. McLemore were outreach by PPRP and or the county on and after April 2021. I believe the letter is dated in March.
No, it's May, Mr. Drummond.
All right, I misunderstood. Yeah, all right. So
she indicated that you were not that she was not aware of any time that you were giving an opportunity. This is showing that you were given an opportunity. Perhaps you're right, and she had no knowledge of it. But I did want to try. I'm offering this to rebut that statement by Ms. Christensen Lewis.
It'll be admitted for the limited purpose that it serves.
Thank you, Your Honor. That is all I have. Thank you.
Does OPC or staff have any questions for this witness?
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions from staff, Your Honor.
Okay, any redirect, Mr. Yeager?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Heller. You're excused. Please call your next witness.
Would next call Amy Mordock.
Mr. Yeager, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Did you want to enter her testimony into evidence? You didn't move, so.
I believe, thank you. Yes, I thought I did, but apparently I didn't. So I would have Mrs. Heller's direct testimony entered as Kent County Exhibit 1.
Any objection? Hearing none, Kent County Exhibit 1 is admitted into the record.
And I believe Mrs. Mordock was.
Yes, I do see her. Ms. Mordock, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And an attestation, Mr. Yeager?
I hereby attest that the witness is in a separate room alone and is not with any other witnesses.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Mrs. Mordock, could you please state your name, occupation, and business address?
Yes, my name is Amy Mordock. I am the planning director for Queen Anne's County, Maryland. My business address is 110 Vincent Avenue, Suite 104 in Centerville, Maryland.
Mrs. Mordock, I'm going to direct your attention to a document entitled Direct Testimony of Amy G. Mordock, which consists of 7 pages plus 3 pages of exhibits. And I would note, just for the record, that 2 of the pages of exhibits are identical, and apparently one of those exhibits was intended to be filed with Mr. Mackey's testimony, but instead it was filed twice with Ms. Mordock's testimony. Ms. Mordock, with the exception of your answer to the question, please describe your experience, with the exception of the question, please state your name, position, and business address, where you stated that you were the principal planner for Queen Anne's County, where today, as you testify now, you are the planning director.
That's correct.
If I ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Okay. And is your testimony today and the testimony in this document true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, it is.
Move into evidence is Kent County's Exhibit Number 2, the direct testimony of Amy G. Mordock with exhibits, and Mrs. Mordock is available at this time for cross-examination.
I'm sorry, did you mark it as 2 or ask that it be moved into the record?
I think I first asked that it be marked as 2, and then I asked that it be admitted into the record.
Any objections? Hearing none, Kent County Exhibit 2 is entered into the record. Mr. Bugelmans, do you have any questions for this witness?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Ms. McLemore, do you have any questions for this witness?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Albert?
Yeah, I have a few questions, Your Honor, if I may. Ms.
Please
Mordock,
proceed.
how are you? My name is Kenneth Albert with Commission staff. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
I want to refer to your direct testimony, top of page 3. That first full paragraph that begins on the 3rd line. It says the text amendments proposed by the RETF were adopted by the county commissioners in August 2010, adding both permitted primary and secondary use and special exception provisions for small-scale wind energy systems and small-scale solar systems, as well as utility-scale solar systems. As a result, utility-scale solar systems were permitted in that size limitation in 3,259 acres of Kent County land. Now, just to clarify, as you note on, I guess it's bottom of page 2, RETF stands for the Kent County Renewable Energy Task Force, correct?
Correct.
Now, how do you define utility scale solar?
To my best recollection, and I haven't looked at the Kent County's code in a while, but the utility scale solar systems are defined as those which produce energy and sell that energy for off-site use.
Now, do you know what the typical minimum megawatts, that is generating capacity, of a utility scale solar system would be, taking into account the cost of constructing the facility as well as, which includes the cost of interconnection with the electric transmission grid?
No.
And would you know the minimum acreage for a utility scale solar project that would be needed to ensure that it's commercially financially viable?
No.
Taking into account the cost. Okay. Now, again, you referred to this 3,259 acres. Do you know the number of land parcels on the 3,259 acres where utility scale solar is feasible?
No.
Do you know the number of land parcels in the 3,259 acres in Kent County that do not have environmentally sensitive features such as wetlands that would restrict installation of an industrial facility?
No.
And do you know the number of parcels on the 3,259 acres that are located sufficiently close to a location where the project could deliver power into the electric distribution or transmission grid such that interconnecting with the grid would be financially viable?
No.
I'm a little slow. I was going to object to that because I don't think there's been a foundation laid as to what is financially viable and what is not financially viable. And also, there's been nothing in the record to establish as to whether or not this witness would know what is financially viable and what is not financially viable.
Your Honor, if I could respond, I mean, a key issue in this case is the reasonableness, the impact of the zoning restrictions on solar. So as what I'm going after in my cross-examination is to explore to what extent does the zoning restrictions constrain solar? Does it mean there's a reasonable amount of parcels available for solar or a minimal amount? And so it's fair for me to ask questions that explore that because the county is asserting that their zoning should be deferred to by the commission, which begs the question, are those reasonable restrictions?
Mr. Yeager, is this witness the county's zoning person?
She was in 2010 at the time that the county made land available for solar. She is.
When did she discontinue her position with regard to zoning?
Well, she, as direct your attention, Your Honor, to page 1 of her direct testimony. Please describe your experience with Kent County government. She states, I worked for Kent County government in the Department of Planning and Zoning from 2002 to May 2019.
Okay. So Mr. Albert, do you understand that she was involved with planning and zoning in Kent County until May 2019, but she now works for Queen Anne's County? So I don't know that she's actually testifying. I mean, she does go on to testify as to the county's position, but I don't know that she any longer has information with regard to Kent County's zoning. I'm trying to review her testimony real quick. I mean, she does say utility scale solar energy systems are permitted as a special exception. And they're permitted in different critical area zones. I guess my initial reaction is that Mr. Albert was asking what she was familiar with and what she's not. And there's no harm in asking a witness what they know and what they don't know.
But I believe he was asking questions about financial viability, and that's really not defined.
No, but I don't think he was asking substantively. I think he was asking whether she knew, right? Mr. Albert, can you repeat your question, please?
Sure. I said, do you know the number of land parcels that are in that 3,259 acres? Again, the premise of all this, Your Honor, is that she points out that there are this 3,259 acres that allow that are available for utility solar. So one of the features of, I'm asking you to assume this, of course, is that these looking for parcels that are sufficiently close to the distribution or transmission grid so that it will be financially viable to interconnect.
Okay,
So
well,
if
why
that-
don't you not ask her to assume? Why don't you ask her if she knows?
Can I speak? I think it's a fair question as to whether or not she knows the distance from the grid. It's not a fair question to ask her about financial viability. So I see where.
No, I would like Mr. Albert to back up and ask her about whether she knows. Her testimony is, as a result, utility scale solar systems were permitted in that size limitation in 3,259 acres of Kent County land. I would like him to back up and explain what she understands about those 3,259 acres if she doesn't understand what you're saying she doesn't understand. Mr. Albert, do you understand what I'm asking you to do?
Well, let me give it a shot, Your Honor. Please tell me if I'm there.
Okay.
Focusing on that 3,259 acres, do you know the proximity of those acres distance-wise to the electric transmission or distribution grid?
The short answer is no. But I believe what you're asking me, and I can answer this question in the context of staffing the Renewable Energy Task Force. And that is, what was the basis upon which those recommendations were made? And did the task force contemplate the proximity to resources? And the answer that I could give is specified and detailed in the white paper, which is referenced in my testimony. What the task force did review is infrastructure and the availability of that infrastructure within the zoning districts where the task force felt that utility scale uses were appropriate and consistent with county zoning. So the infrastructure is available within the areas of the county that are zoned industrial and employment center. They are within close proximity to substations and the main trunk, in as much as the viability of all lands within those zoning districts. That, of course, was discussed. However, with all land uses, when committees are reviewing appropriate land use, there is not a parcel by parcel analysis. What the task force was called upon to review, as is any board or planning commission looking at land use, the task force was called upon to look at consistency of the use as was understood at the time. And of course, that industry has evolved considerably since the task force began to meet. And that use is consistency with the standing zoning districts in the county.
Well, thank you for that, Ms. Morgnec. That was very helpful. That 3,259 acres, is that is that a contiguous plot of land, or is that spread out among different parcels?
Some of it is located within the same region. Some of those areas are located throughout the county. I do believe that in Planning Director William Mackey's testimony, I do believe that he has that acreage charted in terms of what that breakdown looks like. I'm not sure that a zoning map was submitted as an exhibit, but it would mask the zoning map, which the county does post on its website.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all staff has for the witness. Appreciate it, Mrs. Morgnec.
Any redirect, Mr. Yeager?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mordock. You are excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Yeager, did you want to call your last witness?
Yes, Your Honor. William Mackey.
Hello.
There's Mr. Mackey. Good afternoon, or it's still morning, I guess. Morning, Mr. Mackey.
Good morning, Mr. Mackey. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And an attestation?
Your Honor, I hereby attest that the witness is in a separate room alone and is not with any other witnesses.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Mackey, could you please state your name, title, and business address, please?
My name is William Mackey. I'm the Director of Planning, Housing, and Zoning for Kent County, Maryland. My business address is 400 High Street, Chesterton, Maryland.
And Mr. Mackey, I'm going to direct your attention to a document titled A Direct Testimony of William Mackey, which consists of, and I'm going to count these out because it's not numbered, 9 pages plus 6 pages of exhibits. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the exhibits in Mrs. Mordock's testimony was intended to be an exhibit, Mr. Mackey's testimony. Mr. Mackey, was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, sir.
And if I were to ask you the same questions contained in this document today, would your answers be the same?
Yes. With the recognition that legislation by the county to address landscaping for the utility scale solar energy systems in Kent County was adopted.
Okay. And that was done subsequent to the time that your direct testimony was prepared and filed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I would have this document marked as Kent County's Exhibit 3.
So marked.
And Mr. Mackey, is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, sir.
I would move to have Kent County's Exhibit 3 entered into evidence in this case and be part of the record. And Mr. Mackey, upon that admission, would be available for cross-examination.
Okay. Any objections to the admission of Kent County Exhibit 3? Hearing none, Kent County Exhibit 3 is admitted into the record. Mr. Bugelmans, do you have any questions for this witness?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Ms. McLemore, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor, I have a couple. Good morning, Mr. Mackey. For the record, my name is Sandra McLemore. I represent the Power Plant Research Group.
Good morning, Ms. McLemore.
Do you have before you the revised recommended license conditions that are dated 1 October 2021 that were included in the settlement? But if you look at the red line, it might be easier to follow.
Just to specify, was this the exhibit originally titled RAS 6?
Yes,
Yes.
it was. Thank you.
I do have it. Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you would turn to conditions, recommended condition 16, it's on page 8.
Yes, ma'am.
It's entitled site plan review. Could you read that condition? And I apologize, but we're going to be talking about it, so I just want to make sure everybody understands exactly what we're talking about.
Okay, number 16, site plan review. Morgnec Road Solar shall certify to the PSC and to the PPRP that it has designed the facility in substantial conformity to Kent County site plan requirements, has obtained site plan approval from Kent County Planning Commission, and received all required local permits prior to the commencement of construction. And in red, this certification shall demonstrate that Morgnec Road Solar has complied with all requirements of Kent County Land Use Ordinance, Article 6, Section 11, as amended on February 16th, 2021, including but not limited to setback and screening provisions. Morgnec Solar shall comply with all standard development review requirements of Kent County.
And in your current position, when would the applicant come to you with regard to site plan review and approval?
The applicant would apply to the department. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in this instance, and this is based on your experience and knowledge, and if you don't know the answer, I understand, and please state that. But in the event that the commission approves the project and all appeals are exhausted, and the applicant comes to your office, I believe that's what you said, and requests site plan review and approval, would your office review it?
I'm going to object because this is a question dealing with things that could happen after approval. And I think the issue before us today is whether or not this gets approved to begin with.
Overruled.
So, and on that question as well, Judge Lawrence?
You lodged an objection to the question on behalf of someone else's client?
I have no objection to Mr. Drummond
Co-counseling, acting as your co-counsel today? Okay, but that would require him to act as your co-counsel. And as I said at the beginning of this, every party has their own counsel, so no.
And Mr. Mackey, if you don't know the answer,
I may not wait.
oh, I apologize.
Point would be that what Ms. McLemore is going towards is a very important legal question that has not yet been answered by Public Service Commission or any court.
And I trust that the county's attorney is capable of making an objection if there's legal conclusions called for. Thank you. Ms. McLemore?
I will renew my objection and adopt the argument of Mr. Drummond.
So you're saying that her question requires a legal conclusion? Because it doesn't.
Well,
it doesn't.
I think the part that I'm objecting to, now it's the same objection I made before, is the question before Your Honor today is whether or not the project's approved. And so these are questions about things that are going to happen post-approval. I don't think it's before, it's not within the purview of what we're discussing today. And I don't think.
Well, let me try to explain to you why it is. PPRP has proposed conditions to put upon the project in order for it to be approved. So those conditions are very much at issue in this hearing. Because whether or not the commission approves the project requires reviewing these conditions. So that's why the conditions themselves are evidence in this case and can be discussed in this case. Yes, they might happen in the future. That doesn't matter. That doesn't make them not evidence in this case. They're part of what the commission is going to consider. So I will allow the question, and I would ask Ms. McLemore to please repeat it.
Yes, sure. I would be happy to. With regard to condition 16, Mr. Mackey, if the applicant requested a review of the site plan from your office, do you have what do you believe would occur at that time? And please, I'm not asking you to provide any kind of legal response, just in your experience, what would occur at that time?
I just need some clarification. Is this question basically procedural? For example, if somebody comes in for site plan review, what are the general procedures to follow? Not necessarily what he would do in this particular case. Is that the question?
No, it is not the question. In this instance, it would be in the event that the project is approved, it would be a preemption and it would be contrary to zoning. My question is if Mr. Mackey has any knowledge of what would occur at the time that the applicant comes to the county zoning, I apologize, the county planning office and request review of the site plan. If he has any knowledge of what would occur at that point.
Are you asking would they approve or deny, or are you asking about the steps that would be entailed in seeking a site plan review and approval?
For this particular project, yes.
The
What
steps
would
that
occur?
would be entailed.
And if he has any knowledge of what would occur in the case of Morgnec Solar Road, the Morgnec project, what would occur if the applicant comes to get review of a site plan? If he has no knowledge, then he can say he has no knowledge. But if he has any knowledge or any based on his experience, any opinion, that is what I'm asking him.
So you're not asking him whether or not he believes the site plan will be approved or denied. That's not what you're asking him.
No, I'm asking if can he answer, do you have I apologize, but I'm not sure if I need to repeat the question or if there's still some.
Okay, I don't think it would be a fair question to ask if the site plan would be approved or disapproved, because that calls for speculation, and I don't think that's what she was asking.
Absolutely not. And that was not what I was asking. I was asking Mr. Mackey if the applicant came to his office, which is the planning office, and under this condition requested that they review the site plan based on his knowledge, would they review the site plan?
I'll allow the question.
Thank you. I would say I don't have experience with this sort of situation where a use is specifically not permitted by the zoning and someone's supplying a site plan for review. I think considering the way you lay out the question that, you know, it's gone to approval, it's been approved, it's exhausted all appeals, etc. I think my first step would be to consult with my own counsel at that time about what the proper way to handle that application would be.
Okay, now I think we've reached a point where we're talking about legal argument, and I don't know that your questions get us any further.
And I wasn't going to ask anymore, but thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that. Now, Mr. Mackey, if you can go to condition 23, please. It's on page 7 of 10.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you in the room when I was discussing this specific condition with Ms. Heller?
I was.
And did you hear her response? Based on your experience, would it be to the benefit of the counties to participate in, well, to coordinate with the applicant to determine an appropriate public amenity or enhancement?
The question I recall being asked to Ms. Heller was whether the county would, in fact, participate in those discussions. Is a different question?
Yes, it is. I asked, based on your experience, would it be in their best interest to do so?
I'm going to object.
I can answer.
Sustained.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we could get to, if you could get your direct testimony, Mr. Mackey.
Yes, ma'am. I have it.
Okay. On page 5 of your direct, can you let me know when you're there?
I am there.
Okay. You testified that the effective removal of the project site from the proposed growth area would severely curtail future growth and annexation by Chestertown or allow its expansion. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have the proposed settlement before you? Well,
I'm checking. One moment.
Okay.
And is that titled Joint Motion for Approval of Settlement and Stipulation Agreement?
Yes, it is.
I do believe I have a copy in front of me.
Okay, is it correct that section 2.2 of the settlement between the applicant and PPRP in this case, is it correct that it requires that the project owner to automatically decommission the project 30 years from the commercial operation date or 34 years from the date of CPCN issuance?
The document states the applicant shall decommission the project 30 years from the commercial operations date or 34 years from the date of CPCN issuance, defined as a receipt of final unappealable commission order, whichever is sooner, unless extended by Kent County. The applicant shall receive commission approval of the project's decommission plan pursuant to PPRP's decommissioning condition prior to the commencement of the construction of the project. That's what I see.
Thank you. Okay, you're familiar with the Kent County's 2018 comprehensive plan, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as indicated on pages 100 and 101 of the plan, tell me if you disagree, but the Chestertown bypass is a high priority among the county's transportation improvements. Is that correct? Subject to check?
Yes.
And also the plan indicates that the county will ensure that the proposed right-of-way, as shown in figure 37 in that document of the comprehensive plan, is incorporated into all future development plans.
Yes, it states that at the top of page 101.
And if you look at figure 37, it shows the bypass located partially on the project site. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it correct that, and once again, now I'm going back to the proposed settlement, but is it correct that section 2.7 of the settlement requires the project to include the proposed right-of-way of the Chestertown bypass in all plans submitted to the county, including a site plan?
It's on page 5.
I believe so, yes.
The text states that the applicant recognizes that Kent County's 2018 comprehensive plan, the plan indicates that the location of a proposed right-of-way must be incorporated into all future development plans regarding the proposed Chestertown River Boulevard, especially for that portion serving as a bypass connecting Maryland 291 and Maryland 213, which directly affects the applicant's project. So the applicant is recognizing that the plan says that, as I read it.
What, if anything else, could the applicant do to recognize the bypass at this point? Are you aware of anything?
I see that the applicant is in this settlement agreement. It mentions in keeping with the provision of a right-of-way, the applicant will mark the location of the proposed right-of-way for the bypass on its property in all plans, which may be indicated within the required buffer on the western boundary of the project. So they recognize that that is in the plan. They plan on marking their drawings to show where the plan indicates the bypass right-of-way is. And then they propose under B, setting aside some land in a somewhat different configuration than the drawing of the bypass, but it includes a traffic circle and other issues. So they according from what I see, I'm just looking at the language, that they recognize it, they will indicate it on a plan, and then they have a proposal that is close to that configuration but different. If that's what I'm reading.
That's good. I appreciate that. Thank you. I have no more questions from Mr. Mackey. Thank you, Mr. Mackey.
Mr. Hoover?
No questions for his witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Albert?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, I guess I could say now, Mr. Mackey. Kenneth Albert on behalf of staff. I just have a few questions. Could I direct you to your direct testimony on the 6th page? And pages I don't think are numbered.
Yes,
it's
sir.
The page that's got that table in the middle with which question in the middle, how many acres are included in each zoning district, and then there's a list starting with agricultural zoning district of 117,643.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Great. Okay, well, just quickly taking a look at that, the first item, the question, of course, being how many acres are included in each zoning district in which utility scale solar energy systems are permitted. And the first item is agricultural zoning district. It shows 117,643 acres. And you go to the bottom, the Resource Conservation District shows 37,153 acres. And you accept subject to check, I just added that up, I get 154,796 acres between the Agricultural Zone District, the AZD, and the Resource Conservation District, the RCD. And you'd agree that's the vast bulk, that 154,796 is the vast bulk of the 158,054 acres. That's the total amount that's available for solar. Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Now you note at the bottom of the prior page, I'll call it, it's the 5th page, that last line at the bottom, the sentence that begins in the middle, it says notably such utility scale solar systems in AZD, referring to the agricultural zoning district, and resource conservation district are limited to 5 acres. Now, how would you define a utility scale solar project?
Well, sir, our
Hold on, just a second here. I think which sentence, because I'm looking notably, are you looking at the sentence that is at the bottom of page 1, 2, 3? It starts on the bottom of page 5 and goes into page 6. Is that the sentence?
Yes, Mr. Yeager, I mean, I'll just read it again just to make sure what the right spot.
You don't have to. I just want to make sure because there's a similar sentence on the following page. I just want to make sure that I'm got the right one. So you're good.
Okay, thank you.
Sir,
Now, again, I was going to ask you, use the word utility scale solar, and I just wanted to explore what your view of what utility scale solar is in terms of acreage and megawatts in particular.
well, it's a defined term in our land use ordinance. Solar energy system utility scale is defined as any device or combination of devices or elements which rely upon direct sunlight as an energy source, including but not limited to any substance or device which collects sunlight for generating energy primarily for off-site use. Energy generated may be used to serve on-site power needs. So that's how the term is defined.
In your experience in terms of the solar projects that you've seen come into the county, what is your understanding, what's your experience with what the typical megawatt capacity of those projects is?
I'm relatively new. This is the major project that has been under our review. There was a previous project I understand that was 6 megawatts, but other than that, I don't have a wide range of experience on what's coming to this county.
Have you done any analysis of the number of parcels in Kent that would be sufficient size based on your understanding to support a solar project?
I have not.
Now, are you aware of solar projects that are existing now that are 5 acres or less?
I'm aware that there are a number of them in the county on in AZD used by farmers.
I'm sorry, I cut you off there.
I understand that there are farmers that use solar energy on their farms as part of their operations under these provisions.
What about, I'm going to call it, it's the term I'm familiar with, what I call a merchant project. That is a project that's going to be selling into the grid rather than being used for an on-site. What's your experience with the size of those projects?
I don't know.
Now, look on page 6M, you reflect the acreage there. So again, I don't want to ask you to ask just to clarify what you said. If I was going to ask what are the number of parcels in those acreage on the AZD and the RCD that are sufficient size, and I guess your answer was.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
I'm sorry. Looking specifically at the agriculture of those acreage, total 158,054.
How many
Question
projects
being,
there are?
what's the number of parcels that would you view as suitable for a merchant solar project?
I do not know, sir.
Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Yeager?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mackey, for your testimony.
you.
You're excused. Was that the last county witness, Mr. Yeager?
Yes.
I think it makes sense to take a break for lunch now. We will come back from lunch with the town of Chestertown's witness, Mr. Hicks. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, we stand in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Why is that verse? See, sometimes it's funny. Sometimes the best answer.
Did I over answer? No. I thought you were fine. I saw no point in asking you any questions. I see where they're getting at. The argument is we have all these parcels, but none of them are.
Tom, I just want to let you know you are live.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Court Reporter, are we ready to go back on the record?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're back on the record in case number 9499. Mr. Hicks, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Jesse Hicks for the town of Chestertown would call Mayor David Foster.
Mayor Foster, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Are you on mute, sir?
I do.
Thank you. And do you have an attestation, Mr. Hicks?
I do, Your Honor. I hereby attest the witness in a separate room, not in communication with any other individual presently or any time during his testimony.
Thank you. Please proceed.
And Your Honor, for the record, I believe I already have a Town of Chestertown Exhibit 1 admitted. It should be a comprehensive plan excerpt.
Yes,
Correct? Okay.
that's correct.
Okay. Mayor Foster, could you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, I'm David Foster, and business address is Town Hall in Chestertown.
Okay, and what is your position in Chestertown?
I'm the mayor of Chestertown.
You should have a number of documents before you. Do you have, it should be a 7-page testimony, but it should be 10 pages in total, titled The Direct Testimony of Chris Serino?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You should also have the supplemental testimony of David Foster.
I have that as well.
Okay. You should also have a council resolution in front of you, dated November 1st, 2021.
Yes, I have that.
Okay. And then there some late breaking yesterday. You should have an excerpt from the town charter of a meets and bounds. Do you have that as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay. When did you become mayor of Chestertown?
I became mayor, acting mayor or interim mayor last May, and then I was unanimously reelected last Tuesday.
Great, congratulations. Have you reviewed the direct testimony submitted by Chris Serino?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and he was the previous mayor when this application was filed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In your supplemental testimony, you adopt your supplemental testimony that was created under your supervision or control, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and those answers, if I ask you today, those would be the same answers that you gave at the time we submitted the supplemental testimony.
Yes, they would.
Okay. I would move to admit the supplemental testimony of David Foster as Town of Chestertown Exhibit 2.
It's marked as Exhibit 2. Any objections? Hearing none, Chestertown Exhibit 2 is admitted into the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. And based upon that, you have reviewed the direct testimony of Chris Serino that was submitted on behalf of the Town of Chestertown, correct?
Yes.
And outside of the personal information that he includes in there, for the purposes of this hearing, you adopt the positions that he lays out within his testimony on behalf of the Town of Chestertown, correct?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And if I asked you those questions in his direct testimony today, would your answers be the same or substantially the same as previous Mayor Serino's answers within that direct testimony?
That's also correct.
Okay. I would mark direct testimony of Chris Serino with the 3 exhibits that are referenced within. I believe there's 3 maps, A, B, and C, collectively as Town of Chestertown Exhibit 3, and move for admission.
Any objection? Hearing none, Chestertown Exhibit 3 is admitted into the record.
Your Honor, after I did email the meets and bounds to the listserv for this hearing for the purposes of, I guess, all of the parties, would there be any objection to the stipulation that the Chestertown substation is outside of the town lines of Chestertown?
I guess, Mr. Bugelmans, any objection to that stipulation?
No objection, Your Honor.
Ms. McLemore? I don't see Ms. McLemore.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Drummond?
Objection.
Mr. Yeager? Mr. Yeager,
No objection.
OPC or staff have an objection?
No objection.
No objection.
Okay, so the stipulation is that the Chestertown substation is entirely outside the town of Chestertown.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I would move to mark the resolution that was sent, I believe it was Tuesday morning, dated November 1st, 2021, as Town of Chestertown Exhibit 4.
So marked.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor Foster, you have that document in front of you, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this resolution, this was passed at the mayor and council meeting of November 1st, 2021.
Correct.
Okay, and it was, as stated in there, it was unanimously voted upon by all members of town council as well as yourself.
Correct.
Okay, and that's your signature at the bottom?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Town of Chestertown would move to admit Exhibit 4.
Any objections? Hearing none, Chestertown Exhibit 4 is admitted into the record.
Court's indulgence, just making sure. And then the other exhibit that I submitted was already admitted. So, Your Honor, at this time, I would allow Mayor Foster to be open for cross-examination.
Okay, Mr. Boogemans, do you have any questions for this witness?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Ms. McLemore, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Albert?
No questions.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Foster. You're
Thank you, Your Honor.
excused.
Thank you.
I believe we're up to staff. Is that correct?
That's, Your Honor, staff would call Christopher Lowe as its one witness.
Mr. Lowe, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Albert, do you have an attestation?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I hereby attest that the witness is alone in a room and is not in communication with any other individual.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Lowe, what are your job responsibilities at the commission?
I am a staff engineer in the PSC.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I provide recommendation to the commission, primarily in the engineering aspect of the project.
And you have a background as an electrical engineer, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, you did file, you did prepare direct testimony that was filed in this case on December 17th, 2019?
Yes,
Do you have any revisions or changes to that testimony?
I do not.
Your Honor, staff would ask to mark as staff exhibit number 1, Mr. Lowe's direct testimony.
So marked.
And staff would now ask that this testimony be admitted into the record.
Did you want to run through the questions about whether he prepared it under his?
Thank you. Okay. Did you prepare this direct testimony?
I did.
Okay, and again, if those questions were asked to you today, you would have the same responses?
Yes.
And again, as you said before, you have no changes to the testimony.
No, I do not.
Your Honor, with that, we would ask that the testimony be admitted into the record as staff exhibit 1.
Any objections? Hearing none, staff exhibit 1 is admitted into the record.
And with that, we would present Mr. Lowe for cross-examination.
Okay. Mr. Drummond, do you have any questions for this witness?
Good night. Thank you.
Mr. Yeager, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do not.
Mr. Hicks, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, ma'am.
Does any other counsel have any questions for this witness? Hearing none, thank you, Mr. Lowe, for your written testimony. You are excused.
Thank you.
I believe that was the last witness in this hearing. I don't see anyone else bringing up any other housekeeping matters or any items. Mr. Bugelmans, do you have the scheduling order in front of you?
I do not, Your Honor, but I could pull it up on my screen.
No, I can if you don't have it.
Okay.
I was just going to go over the date for the post-hearing briefs, just in case people didn't have that.
I believe the date is December 1st, but
I have it, Your Honor.
I think it's worth checking.
I think Mr.
December
Hicks has
3rd,
it.
2021.
Okay, so there is a one post-hearing brief by all parties if they choose to do so. It's not mandatory, and that's due no later than December 3rd, 2021. Okay, does anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Off the record, Your Honor.
Thank you.